Ba-da-da-da. Okay, are we live? We are live. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? Bear with me a moment. I have chat minimized. I'm trying to watch something real quick. Hope you guys are doing well. It is Thursday. We're in Silent Plains. I was just over in Demeth. I had to go back over and buy some food and whatnot. So I figured I'd do that before we went live. I don't know what the game plan is this evening as of yet, but I'm making my way back over to the trench area. My group mate here is doing some exploring. We're trying to see what we can find. I didn't realize the ranger has a companion, 2 companions that they can summon for scouting purposes. I'm only just finding out about it this evening. No other ranger I've grouped with has ever used it or mentioned it. I didn't even know it was possible. So now I'm getting into scout stuff. Or try to anyways. Don't get yourself killed. Oh no, you can just back spring off of that, right? I'm just realizing, with your speed that you've gotten now with those stupid items, the height you could climb, like, dude. You don't even have shaman buffs. If you had Windstrider, forget about it. That's gotta be the highest anybody's ever been. Yeah, you are up there. Man, he's up so high in Silent Plains you can hardly see the ground. That is wild. That is wild. Piz is on his way to heaven. He was climbing some rocks, and with his new speed items and whatnot, I mean, he is high up there. You mean like on the Who window it doesn't show us? I don't see you in the... Oh, it might be a group bug or something, because I don't see you in the group. I see Piz, and I see his health, but I don't see you at all. There we go. Now I see you. Tish is stuffing his face at the moment. I just gained health back fighting this guy. How did that happen? My health ticked up. I got to admit, that's pretty cool now that I know that Rangers have that. Okay, let me bring chat back up here. Hey, Vec, what's going on? How you doing, man? What do we have? Your little companions. You have little temporary summon companions that their design is to scout stuff. You have a rat and a bat. You have one for flying and one for ground. I'm only just learning about it tonight because no other ranger has ever used them. But the ranger in my group is using it right now. It's actually pretty cool. Yeah. So I wish I'd have known this in the past, man. You can scout all the dungeons. You could, dude. Insane. And VR was clearly listening to me because they did turn the battle points back on Furious Howl. So it's back to using a battle point. Unless they forgot to turn it off when they said they turned it off and it was never turned off. But I'm pretty sure it was turned off and then they turned it back on. Hey, Vela, what's going on? How you doing? You sure you didn't just have it up for a minute? Well, sir, look at that angle. You're seeing through the world. I'm alright, I'm alright. I'm a little better. It's VR, one of the changes they made during the update on, I think it was Saturday, they removed battle point usage from 4 of our abilities. I was complaining yesterday, and possibly the day before, Sunday, or Tuesday, yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday, about how it seemed to make it easier to maintain battle points, and it looks like they put the battle points back on Furious Howl. I'm pretty sure I'm the only person that's going on about it, because I was trying to make it more difficult as the warrior, not easier. So it was pretty cool that they put it back on. Now we're going to have to test some more and see how our battle point usage is. Because I don't face roll. There might be warriors out there who face roll. I'm not one of them. So we'll see what's going on. These guys don't really count because they're dark blue. Or of a lower level. But once we get back into the trenches or the enclave, it'll be a good test. We have one of our group mates is eating at the moment. Another one is, I believe, at work and on the way home. I think we're supposed to go help one of their friends do something over in Wild's End. So I'm running around just killing a few of these in the meantime. Just to get a bit of experience. Made a friend, made a friend. And my friends list gets so big. That's what happens when you're a hoe. You started a shaman on Tuesday? Right on. Dude, shamans are fantastic. Shamans have solo effectiveness. They're phenomenal with buffs. They're great with heals. They're great with DPS, if they're not worried about healing. Had the shroom shield sitting in bank for a while, wanted to use it. Gotcha. Well, stick with it. Stick with it. Level that shaman to level 20. Excuse me, what level are you now? You're 16 currently? Right on. Excuse me. Yo. Oh, maybe they didn't remove them yet. That just burned 2 battle points. Okay, I mean, I'm in the group, so. Yeah, the patch notes clearly said that they removed the battle point cost off of Furious Howl and Mighty Yelp, but they're both back. So the question is, were they ever removed? Or were they removed and put back? See, I don't use Mighty Yelp, because I think an AoE taunt on the warrior is cheap. That's why I don't use it. I've never used the skill. This is the first time it's been on my hotbar. But the update notes said that they removed the battle points cost. But they didn't. Or they did, and then put them back on. I do not. We're waiting to see these guys. One of their friends, I guess, wants help with a kill. We're gonna detour and help them with the kill, I guess. I mean, I don't mind. I didn't have anything else going on. If they're coming from AVP when they zone over, they're pretty much going to keep going straight ahead and a little to the left for about 2 minutes. Well, I'll follow you guys because I've never seen the Druid port. Yeah, Speedy Gonzalez. I'm gonna start calling you Insane Bolt. Is that that's the war gavel you're using? Is it Aerolot? I, uh, are you using that gavel for any specific purpose? Like, do you not have any higher wisdom based weapon? Okay, gotcha. I was just curious. I'm like +1 wisdom. I probably have something in the bank that, or at least I could probably craft something. Do you do you have the hammer from the supply crates? Okay. Gotcha. Dude, the light effect is phenomenal indoors. They gotta fix this water. No thanks. That's a hard pass. He's not gonna eat me a third time. We're making our way to the, I guess there's a druid port here, chat, that we're making our way to. Oh, there it is there. Yay, we made it. I've never been here before. I didn't even know there was a druid ring here. Oh, poor Mega's got a corpse. Hold, hold my pocket. Yes. Poor Mega. Those are the new ones. I didn't notice them till I was on the character select screen tonight, and I'm like, dude, my shoulders... And then it dawned on me, and I'm like, oh... Okay, we should be in Wild's End now. Now we're off to wherever this update is. At some point, I should probably do this quest too. I hear it's a nice item. Alright. We're all in Viz, so let's move. Water needs work. Me neither. Did we get dispelled? I've lost like half my buffs. That's what I was saying. I think that fight dispelled us. I think you need to return that and get your money back. Oh, wild bloods are out here. Are they still con dark blue? That guy's too far away. These are the guys I was talking about a couple of days ago. Somebody was talking to me about wild blood camps. It's these guys. They're spread out. They're here, they're over here. There's a couple of camps over here as well. There's a ravine over here. I wouldn't really... more like a valley over here, I think, that we... or it might actually be over there. I can't remember. There's a couple of good spots anyways. Hey, 2 Minute, what's happening? Full terms and conditions? What are the stats on it? Yeah. Yeah, it seems kind of nice. That's how it translates in Google Translate? Yeah, I was trying to stick to the solo stuff. I mean, if you can stay ranged and nuke them, I mean, I can try not to pull aggro off you so I don't die horribly. Mm-mm-mm. I mean, seems doable. At least while we're waiting for others. A knockback and a knockdown. Freaked you out because they were standing? Yeah. These guys are dying and then standing up. That dude just died, did the death animation, laid down, and then stood back up in a T-pose or something. Dude, look at that sun. Fantastic. My computer is notifying me that I went live. We've been live for like, what, a half hour? Hour? 45 minutes? Oh, it's funny because they gave warriors increased hit point regen based on your level. So right now my hit point regen is 9 by default. So I get 9 hit points back every 5 seconds or whatever. But it still takes forever to sit down and get the health back regardless. I have 1537 at the moment. Look at those stats, man. 5 stats above 20. Are you kidding me? That's insane. 5 stats above 20. Don't even have shaman buffs yet. What is it? Grip of the Warlord, right? Give me Grip of the Warlord and we'll have almost 40 strength and stamina. Actually, I think it's +8, isn't it? So we'd have 39 strength and 42 stamina. Dude. Wait till we start getting more of that armor dropping out of the Enclave. Insane. What are we going to do for endgame? I mean, 35 to 45 is not going to be the endgame for the game. I'm sure it's going to be 50. Where do they go from +6 to dexterity and 6 to agility on the same item? Not to mention all those stats. big guy's walking around. We might want to move. Yo, welcome back. Oh, I'm gonna test my. I think I made a mute button. Hang on a second. Okay, did anybody happen to hear that? Probably not, right? That'd be some pretty embarrassing things. I didn't have a mute button set up for the longest time. So I did some research the other day, and I managed to come up with one. So now we have a mute button. Uh-oh. No, peekaboo. Our deserter. No, from last night. He just... Yeah. He just poured it in. All right, we're trying to figure out exactly what we want to do. What is it you guys need off Oosh? Oh, the belt, right. The helmet, Blade of Carnage. These guys are more yappity than I am. There's a 41 wizard, a bada boom. Wonder if 50 would be the cap or if they'll inflate it to 60. I don't know. I hope they cap it at 50. And I say that on purpose because it's going to take months for the average player to get up there. So if they leave it at 50 and they cut it off and they get the rest of the content out, we'll have a more complete launch of a game. Then they can worry about expansions or other continents in the future. But I believe with the progress they've made now with the zones and the gear, I think they definitely need to consider stopping at 50. 1,000%. All these wild bloods are dying standing up. What? So we have a group member in another zone running to do some kind of turn-in. Then they're supposed to port over here. Then I guess we're going back over to where we were earlier to kill that the goblin skeleton combo. And then I think we're going to crawl. I think. Those are solo mobs. Something is very relaxing about the ambient. Yes, I agree. It's all about the audio, man. The audio's fantastic for being out in the wilderness. Whether you're on the plains, whether you're in a forest. Indoor like a cave, not so much because you get that echo sound. That reverb. But outside, yeah, very. Especially at nighttime. We're almost 70% in. Yeah, I'm smoke tricked. They do that. I'm running out and pulling stuff while we're waiting. Oh, I didn't know they were cat people. Oh, I had no idea they were cat people. I thought they were humanoids. Or humans. That's got to be a new skin. I'm pretty sure they were humanoids that wore like robes and stuff when I killed them in Seasons. I don't recall them looking like cats and Chewbacca. Why is this stuff dropping cold food? Weird. Joppa talked about them on one of his streams. They used AI to come up with the design. It was an experiment. Really? Yeah, I was going to say, these guys were humanoids. They were Gadai. For those who don't know, they were Gadai. They were like the fort, but they were dressed in like tribal appearance, robes and loincloths and whatnot. This is interesting. I mean, you would think it might be, well, no, I guess because you can't play Goblin. Yeah, okay, never mind. But yeah, they never used to look like this. They used to be humanoids. That's cool. Or humans, I should say. I keep saying humanoids, but all humanoids are bipedal. Mostly. I was just saying to my stream, these Wildbloods used to be human. They used to be like Gadai bandits. They were this zone's version of the Gadai bandits from the forts. But I was just informed that apparently VR used AI to see what they could come up with, and they generated this feline appearance that these guys have now. They used to be humans. Yeah. They used to be human bandits. They're what I grinded on them till 33, and that's when I benched Crush, I think, and that was back in February. Well, I would think if they're not human anymore, there's probably going to be something about it. And I'm guessing that's probably it's probably something Ronek's going to tackle at some point. I think they're trying to finish Eastern Plains and do what they can in here, I guess. Well, I had a couple links sent to me for history. One of these evenings, when I know for a fact that it's verified lore in the game, I'm going to actually play it on stream, and we're just going to go through it. Because I don't know a lot of the lore myself. I only know pretty much Halnir's. As far as the rest of this, no clue. But apparently there's a lot of lore. There's more coming too. I don't know if you guys know the crew at Visionary Realms, but Ronek is pretty much their lead scriptwriter. He does the quest, lore, story, that sort of thing. He was brought back into Visionary Realms a couple months ago. He's been hard at work at getting stuff done. All the quests that are in Wild's End now, that would be him. That includes the necklace quest and whatnot. Yeah, so they're moving along pretty well, but I've been told that there's a lot more to come as far as story goes. Me too. Priorities, because that's the important thing for this evening. That you stay full so you can sit at your computer. Yes. He didn't say, but he showed us the AI concepts. There were quite a few of them. This looks like exactly what he showed us. Pretty sure Joppa mentioned that they are part of the storyline. Okay. Well, if I get a chance to speak to Ronek again in the near future, I'll ask him. I've gotten some information that I'm not going to give out. I'm going to leave it as a surprise for you guys, but I know a couple things. I think he's recovering his corpse. Oh, he's over. Yeah. That'd be Piz. Piz has the Necro in EP. Okay, so we have a group mate helping another group mate real quick, and then I guess we're continuing once they're done doing their thing. So we're just going to sit tight here. How you guys doing tonight anyways, chat? You guys good? You guys looking forward to the weekend? Anybody have any plans? I'm off on Monday, but I have to go to the dentist. Just going for a checkup, see how things are going. Teeth are still relatively good, so that's good. No cavities from the last time I saw them. Got a tiny bit of gum recession up here, but I think it's because I spent too long of a period of time brushing harder than I should have. So I have a little bit of gum recession up here. It's not too bad. It's not too bad, but if I consume something too hot or too cold, it kicks me in the chest. It's one of those things where you get that feeling. I don't know if you guys get that feeling or not, but it starts hits you in the mouth and then just shoots down into your stomach and just lights up everything. Yeah. It's amazing how the body works with all the nerve endings. You know, you hurt yourself in your tooth and you feel it in your foot. You need to make a dentist appointment? Yeah, for sure. I mean, for sure. Like, everybody should, get your teeth checked up at least once a year. Standard around here is every 6 months, but, you know, as long as you don't consume too much sugar and practice, good hygiene. Like, I brush twice a day, I floss every other day. I don't eat a whole lot of food that would typically get stuck between the teeth, so as far as flossing daily, I don't floss daily. Excuse me. I'll tell you one thing. There is a huge difference in brushing and not flossing and brushing and flossing. There are days where I will floss and then I will run my tongue across the back of my teeth, and dude, I feel like I'm in heaven. Your teeth feel so clean. Excuse me. The only thing is, I drink a fair bit of coffee, so I do have staining. I mean, it's not horrific, but pearly white is not a thing. Although I guess they're kind of pearl. I guess they're kind of pearlescent. Hey, Uke, what's going on, man? How you doing? I was hoping we'd be up and running, crawling something or killing stuff. We've helped a couple of people get some stuff done. Someone ran to do a quest update and unfortunately died, so now we're working at getting their body and summoned. Get them an update, and then hopefully we'll start killing stuff. I hope. Doing the red tent farm, right on. How's that going for you guys? Would you say the XP is good? Would you say it's so-so? Would you say it's really good? I'm guessing is it the three of yous? Oh no, it's probably 4 years, right? UP, Hint, and is Shy with you? I'm guessing Shy's with you. Good XP even at 33. Pee-wee's 33 now too? Fantastic. Man, you guys will be caught up by the weekend. We'll be able to group back up again. I just don't want to group because I don't want to siphon your guys' XP. That's prolonging. And I know you guys might be okay with that. I'm not okay with that. Mind you, I'm not really moving really fast myself, so... I mean, if I was on Lancelot, it'd be a different story, but I'm not. You're the Lobby? Yeah, but, I mean, you weren't here for 10 days. Or 9 days. Have you ever met anyone else from your province over the years that play Pantheon? EQ, yes. Pantheon, no. I didn't notice this, or I didn't realize this, and I guess we were supposed to hook up or meet up at some point, but about 8 years ago, a couple of my viewers at the time, I think they lived about 15 minutes away from me, which is crazy to think that in EQ, One of the least popular games, as awesome as EQ is, one of the least popular games on the internet, and yet there were two individuals from my neck of the woods. Was crazy. But yeah, we were supposed to hang out, introduce each, or get to know each other, but I can't remember why it didn't happen. I think we had plans to go to a local Tim Hortons, but then they had a family emergency and we had to postpone, and then that was it. We never really got to hang out. One of the larger streamers, first-person shooter streamers, right now on Twitch, lives 25 minutes away from me. I've never met the individual, never talked to them, but I know where they live. Like, I know of them, so that's pretty interesting. And I say that because people can go, oh yeah, but it's the internet and there's millions of people on the internet. No. That's not what I'm saying. If there's that many streamers on the internet, we're talking about this many people, right? You can't justify this many people in a whole world. It's not a thing. So the fact that I realized that this individual is 25 minutes away. Maybe my parole officer intervened. Speaking of officers, I haven't told you guys a story about my drunk tank experience, have I? I'm not going to tell it tonight. I'll tell it for another time. Tim Hortons, so cliche. Dude, Tim Hortons is... I still go to Tim Horton. Okay. Tim Hortons helped me get healthy. Tim Hortons helped me lose weight. I've felt the best I have in a very, very long time because of Tim Hortons. That's fact. That's absolute fact. Ever since the beginning of COVID, 2020. Well, technically 2019, but the end of 2019, 2020. Which is close to me. 101, 102, or 103. 101, 102, or 103. I bet you buy all your tools at Canadian Tire too. Not necessarily. I jump into a Walmart every now and then. Sometimes even go to the local dollar store. They sell some pretty interesting stuff for a couple bucks. I bought Allen keys from the dollar store. I bought measuring tapes from the dollar store. I bought a property measuring tool, like a large measuring tape on a wheel at the dollar store. I've bought gloves at the dollar store. They're pretty handy. Where I work, there's a dollar store pretty much like 2 minutes away. So a lot of times when I'm on break, I'll go down to the dollar store and just take a walk through and see what they have. Every Friday, they like switch things in and out. Oh, gotcha, Tumadin. What's the closest to me? Probably the 102. Yeah, I would say probably the 102. I think is the closest. Oh, right on. Do you watch Steve Wallace? He's the Canadian that camps in odd places. No. Steve Wallace. Let me see. Since we're sitting here waiting. Steve Wallace. Steve Wallace. ABC. Always be camping. Why is it not loading? Here we go. Welcome to my channel. I camp all the time. I've lived in vehicles, motorhomes, tents, forests, and in a van down by the river. A boondock, backpack, cycle, gold mine, raft, and car camp. I camped 4 seasons in some of the coldest places. I'm no survivalist, but I try to avoid public campgrounds. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Pallet camper. Wait a minute. Is he the guy that built the camper out? Disguised it like a bunch of pallets in the back of a truck, but he had, when he built it, the lock was an issue because it locked from the outside. Is that the same dude? Why do I feel like I've seen that ad on YouTube? I feel like I've been hit with that ad on YouTube. Yeah, okay, okay. Every time the group gets organized to get underway, something comes up. Oh, I hope we get everything out of the way soon so we can start crawling. I haven't gotten a Chrono Odyssey invite either, Vec. I checked today. I saw the post about the invites going out today. They said they were putting them out in waves. I don't know what that means. I mean, maybe between now and tomorrow. I mean, I'm guessing the game is hosted, I'm guessing, overseas. So because of that, a lot of us over here on the... So I saw the list of creators that have gotten access to stream the game. I think there were about 20 or 24. Might have even been 30. I don't remember exactly. I wasn't one of them. But that's fine. That's fine. I'm still going to keep looking. I had 2 emails come into my Krushnek account this afternoon. I thought one of them might have been it, but dope. Look, even the light on the shield. I need some treads. We got no treads. What's going on here? Ah, my leg's hollow. There's my head. There's my leg. Mm-hmm. We should have everybody having their stuff situated shortly. And then we'll see if we can't go kill some stuff. Hopefully. We're 30% from 38. I don't know if we'll get it this evening. 30% is going to be a tough call. 20% I could see. Me? No. No, I was the 2 shoulders I was using until I got these new ones. I had Adjutant's Blood Iron Spalders, which had 4 strength, 18 hit rating. And then for defense, I had the Adjutant Iron Spalders. No, Defender's Iron Spalders that had 3 stamina and... I don't remember the other stat. Both crafted, of course. These shoulders here are fantastic because I get Constitution and Dexterity. It's very rare to get Constitution on gear out here in the world. I'm sure there's something I could probably craft, or not craft, but I'm sure there's a crafted item out there. But as far as drops, Constitution is still arguably my worst main stat. But when I'm buffed, my 5 main stats are all over 20. So strength, stamina, con, agility, and dex. Stats are 31 strength, 34 stam, 21 con, 25 agility, 21 dex. I don't count int, wisdom, or charisma. That's without shaman buffs. If I had grip of the I think it's grip of the warlord, that's another 8 to strength and stamina. So that puts me at 39 strength and 42 stamina. Then I pop food, that puts me at 41 strength, 42 stamina. I can't remember which one of my tunes is a provisioner. Is it this guy? Hang on a second. No, this is my weaponsmith alchemy. One of my tunes is a provisioner. I gotta figure out who my provisioner is. Yeah, I've got a spreadsheet somewheres here with, I think we figured out like 27 different recipes on stream a couple months back. Glazed trout? Okay. Okay, I have glazed wolf skewers. That's wolf meat and blackberries. Glazed... There's apple glazed trout. Apple plus trout. Okay. So I'm going to make a note. +2. That wouldn't be blackberry. Wait. What are the berries that drop in Hangor? Frostberries. Are they frostberries, do you know? Okay. I will keep an eye out. Yay, congratulations. I hear it's a pretty nice item. Oh, wait, you still have to do the fight. Right, right. He's transferring some stuff on tunes. How do we get it? Do we have a porter? We're not doing anything. Yeah, all we're doing is just run to the top of the temple. You run to the back by the green flame and you're looking for Dildo the something rather. And if he's standing next to the green flame, that's your target. I think it's like Dildo the Ignominious or something. So we still have the battle point usage on Furious Howl and Mighty Yalp. So the patch notes from Saturday indicate that they removed the battle point requirement to try and make it easy. Well, not try. It would have made it easy for tanks to tank now. However, I spent the last 2 days complaining about how I genuinely think we need to have at least one of those abilities with battle points put back on it, because I felt like I was holding on to too many battle points when we were clearing in the smoldering trenches. I logged in today, and both of these still require the battle points. So if I use Mighty Yelp, I lose 2 battle points, and if I use Furious Howl, I lose 1. So either they removed them during that update, saw my stream, put them back on, or they posted that they removed them and didn't remove them. One of those 2 scenarios happened. Now, I'm leaning towards they listened to me and put the battle points back on. That's what I'm rolling with, just so you guys know, in case I happen to bring it up again. Because I kept saying over the past 2 days that I feel like we needed something to spend an additional battle point. I mean, warriors can hate me, whatever. It needed to happen. And I'm the only one regularly streaming a warrior anyhow, so they know this. Man, someone's trying to sell that new blade for, what is it, 12 plat. Man, if any of you do this, you better take offense in the nicest possible way, but still take offense. Like, 12 plat for an item in the, are you kidding? Dude, people are dumb. Just 12 plat. How much plat do you guys have right now? I have 93 gold, 22 silver. That's what I have. 93 gold. Person's asking 12 plat. That person probably only has 1, if not 2 plat anyways, and they're asking for 12. That's ridiculous. Right. Hey Tyron, what's happening? How you doing, man? I stopped playing months ago, but you have like 20 gold? Yeah. I think the most Crush had, when he hit 33, I think we had 5 plat. That's what we had. But you gotta keep in mind, I did a lot of stuff in the first 2.5 months of early access. For those who don't know. I was like non-stop running. I couldn't log in without being picked up by somebody. So, in that respect, we had 5 plat. And this person is trying to get rid of a sword that drops somewhat commonly in the trench area for 12 plat. I don't get people. Launch is going to be funny. Launch is going to be funny when people start selling stuff. Launch is going to be hilarious. You know what? I've already said this before, and I'm going to say it again. This is the greatest tip. This is the single greatest tip I can give you guys as players to Pantheon for launch, because I know this will not change. When the game launches, whatever server you're on when you create your character, your goal is to port into your town, run out into the field. So if you're in Avelia, you're going to go behind the Armorsmith building and out that pathway by Guardsman Hyan, or whatever his name is. You're going to look for jungle foragers, and you're going to kill them for pouches or small bags, 6-slot bags. If you don't get them, or if you only get 1 or 2 on the foragers there, you're going to go back to that opening by Guardsman Hyan. You're going to run up and around to the little gazebo with the casters. You're going to port through to the mage starting area, and you're going to run up all along that starting hill, and there's 5 other foragers to kill. That's how you're going to get your bags in the beginning, because it's only going to take somebody 2 days, and they'll be trying to rip everybody off of the bags. It's going to happen. You don't need to do that. You won't be able to afford them off the merchant, but just do as I tell you, and go kill all the foragers. That's the single greatest tip I can give you guys for starting a character when the game launches. Kill the foragers. Bags are going to be the worst part of launch. Inventory is going to be the worst part of starting launch. Even the harvesters have to go out and get bags somehow. Would what? Oh, gotcha. Do they have a launch window yet? 2026. What was that, sorry? I was talking to my stream. I don't know if I want to jump on just yet. I still maintain the hoishness of myself, so Ain't no ways 2026. It will be. It'll be 2026. We'll have all the zones for the continent by spring of next year. Spring of next year we'll have the zones. Guaranteed. Feels like it'll be further out. Nah, their initial plan, my understanding was their initial plan was that they were hoping to have 3 continents at launch, similar to EQ. That's why they have the one town in this zone that has all the docks on it, because they were planning to have ship travel to get to the other continents. However, because of everything that's happened over the last 6-7 years, they had to shift. So when they shifted, they made the decision to enlarge the starting continent and get all those zones in and get it out. So my understanding is this continent is going to be larger than they had initially planned, with more content. What do you think the business model will be? Monthly sub. There won't be a cash shop. They won't use the resources to build in a cash shop. Down the road, they might do something with appearance, but I feel like this is a game where they won't do anything with XP potions, currency potions, faction modifiers, all the stuff you would find in EQ and EQ2. I don't think you're going to see it in this game. I'm pretty confident they're going to go monthly sub, which they should. Once they have the first continent finished and flushed out, we're going to have months of stuff to do. Don't kid yourself. Unless you're a no-lifer, which isn't an inoffensive term. I just mean if you're home all the time and you're going to be playing 12, 14 hours a day, That's fine. You're going to be in the minority of people who are going to outpace the game. If that's who you are, that's fine. But you're going to suffer because you're not going to make friends along the way. You'll have a very small window of people who will level up with you, and then when you get up there, you'll have nobody else to ask for months on end. So that's the same issue that happens with all MMORPGs. It happens with WoW, it happens with EQ, it happens with Guild Wars, it happens with ESO. It happens, pardon me, with all MMORPGs. So when this continent is flushed out, there's months of content. It took me, with my schedule and the fact that I don't play full time, it took me 2.5 months to get to 33. That was before they slowed XP down. There's going to be plenty of time, trust me. What was that? I'm just standing here. Myself and Airlot's here. Tash is here. Piz, you still here? Okay. Okay, no problem. We're just sitting in Silent Plains. Where should we meet you? Are you going to run to the Druid Port here in SP? Okay, okay. Sub for sure. Yeah, just base game price, monthly sub. Yeah. I would rather have a sub at cash up. And keep in mind as well, if you back the game and you have your pledge, I believe the pledge comes with a second copy of the game. So if you wanted to give it to a guildie, it doesn't have to go to like a family member or a real life. But if you have somebody online that doesn't have the game and you want them to come along with you, you can always give them the second copy, also. What is the place you're standing at? We're in Silent Plains. We are, I believe, south of town. There's town there. We're at the Druid Port. Actually, I didn't realize you could see Sky Durban from here. That's cool. There should be a group invite pop up on Explosion's screen. Okay, port away. You played EQ in the beta, then played live. You're still leveling everything to 20, so figure out what you want to play. I only played a few hours a day, 4 to 5. I believe it took me almost a year to get max level. Only level 2 classes past 20. I'm really liking the shaman so far. That's fantastic. So? Goblin Temple. Kill named. Game over. No, it seems like he left the skeleton up. Yeah, that's probably our best bet. Let's see what happens when he kills this. And if the dude spawns immediately thereafter, we'll kill him here. If he doesn't spawn in the next 30 seconds, when that skeleton dies, we'll jump shards. Airlot's making a fan club. We were helping. We just killed one. They're light blue to 37, so they're probably 34. 30 maybe? Somebody was asking what level this thing was, and I said probably around level 30. Light blue to a 37, so dark blue would take us down to about 34, so I would say they're probably 30. It won't take long with us. Wow, server's high popular. Oh, I went back on 0. You dummy. Your quest should be in a complete state. I don't think you get an item. Alright, now, nobody needs any updates, so we should be able to get moving on something. I'm thinking we should probably switch back over to Shard 0. Why do you want to go back to Shard 0? We don't have a full group now. We thought we had 5. We thought we had 6, then we had 5. We thought we had 5, now we have 4. We have to get replacements. There was nobody on Shard 1 to fill in the spots. The most number of people are on Shard 0. We go to Shard 0, we try and fill the group, and then we figure out where to go from there. I really don't like that every time I load in, I can't get to my sword and board graphic. They were going to do their turn in, and they had said they weren't free to level at the moment. So we have what? We have 4 of us right now, right? Myself, Tash, Air, and Oak. Well, okay, gotcha. I also found out tonight for the first time that rangers had summoned pets. I didn't realize that they had a rat and a bat they could use to scout stuff. So I was watching Piz scout some stuff tonight. We could have used it last night and then had him send his rat out when we were at that camp, and he could have scouted out the lower area to see if there was like a better place or a possible name. So at least now we know going forward that we have an ability or a means to actually scout ahead without getting aggro. Grats. Okay, I put a name in group chat, Tash. They were looking for a group. If you want to send them an invite, that'll give us a wizard. Ba-da-ba-ba. Okay, so we have Oak coming in, so we still have one spot open, right? Uh, all the melee DPS is grouped. Yeah. Sorry, not the ones that are LFG. When I filter by class, they're all taken. Monks are taken, rangers taken, rogues taken. Nope. I would say that we can jump straight in there and start pulling, so I would say that's probably our best bet. Yeah, we can always jump shards too. All right, we're going to XP. Finally. I was going to say, do you all have run speed pants? You all suck. I'm just kidding. I'm used to running around. I've been doing this for a long time. Well, tomorrow being my weekend, I should be here like 7 p.m. Eastern, and then I'll be good for quite a while. Might have a long stream tomorrow, chat. Might. Well, don't go burning yourselves out. I get here in the evening and you're all like, I don't want to do it. That wasn't a reference with Piz or whatever. I've seen this happen before. People are like, oh no, I'll be here, no problem. I do it all day, da, and then they're not here. I've never seen that worm before. Oh, I'll have to go to the store tomorrow and pick up stuff. We're going to do a long stream. These guys all have run speed pants that they went and farmed the other day. That's why they're far ahead of me. Like, we even have Spirit of the Wolf and they're moving faster than I am. Look, I've lost sight of them. Yeah, they plopped it down and didn't level it out. So you got to keep holding the space bar to keep yourself flying across the water at points. Up and away. Thank you. Ooh. Gotta watch that cinder folk. Oh, the cinder folk's even con. Interesting. More skills will land. So we got this, for those who weren't here yesterday, we got this item. It's a neat little item. The Living Cinder Sprite. We got this out of the Enclave last night. It's a clickable damage shield, which is pretty cool. I don't think it does enough damage. It only does single-digit damage, which is unfortunate. But it's additional damage. Oh, fire resist. What's going on, Abbott? Yeah, you see a little sprite next to me, right behind my arm there. Little fire trail. I do, yeah. I see Abbott doing damage in my combat log. Geez, man, this game is all full of drama. Got a conversation going on right now in my ears about drama. Well, sir, what's going on with people in this game, man? Can't people just jump in and play this game to play this game? You still in game, or did you get crashed out? Login server. It happens randomly to people. It hit me 2 or 3 times last week, and it's hit some other people. It's probably congestion. The server, I think, had high population when we were shard jumping, so it could be a bit of congestion. And when we all jump back over to this shard, you might have gotten on a bad train track. Yeah, grats. In case anybody's wondering, that gong mace dropped again. 13 damage, 18 health, 12 mana, 12 spell crit, just about every class. Level requirement 35. Shy just got 34, so mobs here at Red 10's turned light blue. I'll watch the pet's health, and I won't pull aggro until the pet's low. Yeah, who won that? I was just waiting for the trade to finish. I didn't know we were waiting for mana regen. For anybody interested, Dane Blackbark's corpse has the Druid Scimitar. It's unique. So I think some of us already have one. If you don't have one, you may as well pick it up. It's a Druid main hand, but it's not very good. Yep, it's the guy down there. Oh, hey Mac. Sorry, I didn't see your message. You have two. I have two what? Me? No. I'm at 73% into 37. It's only single digits. It's like 8, 9. Oh, oh. Outgoing, damage, self. Verdant Fire, 30 damage. 30 damage. 30 damage. I say 30 damage. And the Cinder Sprite is only doing like 9, 9, 8, 9. That's what drops the sprite, the damage shield. We had her spawn twice. She dropped 2 sprites. She dropped something else too, but I can't remember what it was. Yeah. Krushnek, yeah. I don't think there were 2 stamina, -2 constitution, 18 physical crit, 45 dodge rating, 6 AC, warrior, monk, rogue, dire lord, ranger. Yeah, it has a passive small damage shield. But it I'll be honest, it doesn't proc a lot. It's probably the least proccing thing I have between that, the sprite, and the druid shield. Yeah. That's the one we were just talking about. Yeah, that's the writhing stud. Yeah, it just doesn't proc very much. Yeah, the group just went right next to us. Oh, it's like a raid. There's like 9 people there. I've had 2 not so pleasant experiences with that guild. Anybody will work at this point for sure. We'd have needed a lot more time too, because it took like an hour to get in there. Last night was fun. items. The headband. That is the braided wolf something rather. Let me get back up here. Did you see the shoulders I got yesterday, you? You didn't? Alright, hang on a second. Bloody Scaled Mantle, 27 AC, 2 Stamina, 2 Dex, 2 Con, 27 Dodge. Warrior, Cleric, Paladin, Dire Lord, Ranger, Bard. There was actually an upgrade for the plate ones that I was wearing. We got a few things. We got these earrings. +1 Strength, +1 Agility, +4 Fire, -4 Nature, +18 Physical Crit, +24 Hit Rating. Then we got this necklace, 1 Con, 1 Charisma, 9 Fire Resist, -12 to Nature, 24 Health, 18 Physical Crit, 24 Dodge Rating, but also has a proc on it, or a passive buff called It Lives, and apparently it's a damage shield. Or some kind of feedback effect. Yeah, I mean, the drop rate is rare. The drop rate's not common by any stretch. And the names out here don't necessarily drop loot every time either. A couple other things that drop here. The Unwieldy Basher, 26 damage. It's heavy crushing, so it's 2 hand, 1 strength, 2 stamina, 18 physical crit. And what else do we have? Nothing else at the moment. This dropped off a named out here. This is a clickable damage shield. You see a little fire sprite behind me here. It's got a 1 minute duration. You can use it every 6 minutes. It's pretty cool. Dropped off of a witch event we did. Just over there. We haven't really gotten far. We've only found 1 quest. And I've only been able to turn in the first step. We were in the Enclave last night, trying to find the second step items while we were killing, but we didn't have any luck. So we haven't really done any of the quests. Now mind you, apparently you have to explore to get them, so I'm guessing that the one quest that we have is from a box that spawns somewheres out here, or a backpack out here somewheres in the trenches. It gives us this quest. Well, this is the second quest. It gave us the first quest to find somebody that could make sense of this diary that you find in the backpack. When you turn that in, you get this quest starter from a different NPC, and you have to find these 3 vials of lava. But we couldn't find them last night. These started dropping inside also. Flame Inscribed Quench. They're potions. They give you 100 health and 5 cold resist, but when you have 1500 health, 100 health doesn't mean anything, so I don't know exactly what they're for. I want to think it could be an oh shoot moment, but still 100 hit points. That's not going to last you long. That's like 2 combat rounds. Excuse me. No, nothing from the town. And I ran, last week I ran all the way over to Eastern Plains, and I went to, what's that place called? King's Watch? I think it's called King's Watch. There was nothing there either. And there's nothing at the other town where the docks are. There's nothing over there yet either. So as far as I can tell, the quests all come from in here somewheres. I think somebody told me there's an NPC down here somewhere in the trenches you could talk to, but whoever it is, I haven't seen it. We were down there the other night. Mind you, we didn't go the whole way. Could be over there somewheres. They've moved a lot of NPCs around. We have a fire glyph. We have a fire glyph for hands. I don't need it. I just need helm and legs. Hang on, Abbott. Come to Krushnek. If anybody's interested, we have an unwieldy basher. It's a two-handed mace, or great hammer, 26 damage, 1 strength, 2 stamina, 18 physical crit, minus 27 hit rating. It's junk. Yeah, thanks for hanging. Okay, we have a person leaving. We gotta find a replacement. Whoops. We have a 38 and a 39 paladin looking for group. I can always go to a DPS type position and we can have them tank. That's true. I don't think so. A paladin? Gotcha. There's a name in group chat there, Tash. Perfect. There's nobody in zone at the moment. We'll try from outside zone. You say you have another person on standby? Oh. Gotcha. Not for a 6th, not yet. You've gotten a few keys. I have 2. Tier 2 anyways. I just haven't gone around looking for them. Okay, so far I'm striking out on a 6th. Divide and conquer, huh? Mm-hmm. This would be a good test. I'm grouped with a paladin around the same level. It's interesting with me not having to pull. Enchanter is pulling. They're pulling, they're watching for iron-willed, they're pulling, and if there's iron-willed, they're letting me know what's iron-willed. So I pick that up first, and then they go ahead and mez everything else. If there's two iron-willed, then they try to put their pet on the second one. That one there is iron-willed. Man, freak that shit. Somebody change that. I am. See, and I have it set up on another PC, so I'm not actively monitoring it or keying up, so however long it takes, I keep getting moved to the AFK channel. I might have to. We've just been talking about the game, different aspects of the game. I was talking about how it looks like they may have gone back on their battle points adjustment they made Saturday to the warrior. I'm taking credit for it because I've been complaining about it for the last 2 days, and I think maybe they might have seen the stream, the VOD, or what have you. So there's been that. The game needs to not cater to people who can't play. There's no polite way for me to put it, but anyways, the point is the warrior was made Saturday to be a lot more accessible to the people that were complaining about not being able to use the warrior because of the changes from the update on Wednesday. But it only took me an evening to figure out how to work around everything, and I'm perfectly fine, even though most warriors have stopped playing. So I was complaining the last 2 days because they made a quick emergency patch, I think it was Saturday, and they changed our battle point system, and they removed, or at least it posted that they removed battle point spending off of certain abilities. But I logged in this evening and I noticed that I was using those abilities and my points were being spent. So the last 2 days I've been complaining that at least one other of our abilities should get a spender back, and that way it adds a bit of, not necessarily difficulty, but effort. People have to actually think while they're sitting here. And I think that's what they were listening to. Yes, it's like mounts. Now, I'm not going to get in a big discussion with anybody about it, and I don't care if you guys like mounts from other games. The whole point of this game is the world is dangerous. You're running through a field at midnight, you're not paying attention, a spider roots you, and him and his friends eat you for breakfast. That's your own fault for not paying attention. However, and I say that because I used to be known as Krushnek, he who trips over spiders, because screw AVP. So anyways, with that said, people want mounts now because they want to be able to move faster than the environment. The moment you do that, the dangerousness of the world just goes down the shitter. So even though we're going to see mounts, I don't want to see mounts. And people can say, oh, well, you don't have to get a mount. It's not the point. I'm not going to get a mount anyways, but it's not the point. The point is, when you start moving faster than the content, outside of Spirit of the Wolf, the game just becomes dumb. Right. They're working on it. It was on the roadmap. Their most recent roadmap update that they posted, mounts were there. They do, but too many people cry and complain about wanting mount. And again, no offense to you guys in chat here. If you guys are people who want a mount, I don't. You're not going to convince me otherwise. I don't like it for this game. Okay, so so when that was first brought up, I had a discussion with two of my viewers because they were hard set on having mounts because they wanted mounts, and I was like, the only way I would be okay with mounts is if they were used as pack mules. There was a game a long time ago called Horizons, and it was heavily focused on needing resources, and you couldn't carry everything on your character. So you had to work towards upgrading licenses to get mounts that actually carried heavier or carried more stuff, and that was your quote-unquote mount. If they did that for this game, I get it, because we all know how many items there are in this game that a person can have on them at one time and go, oh crap, now I gotta start deleting stuff. So I get that. But as far as moving faster than the environment, grow up. Yeah. Right, and that's exactly my point. I'm glad you said that. The world is just too small. The zones, it's too small to justify having mounts. Right, and that's just it. It's the social ecosystem from EQ. That's what it is. You have to track down your wizards, track down your druids, and hopefully they're free to get you over to the other side of the continent. Well, unfortunately, a lot of people don't like it. Like a lot of people. So Joppa used to stream. Joppa hasn't streamed in months now because you can't just please everybody, and there's always dummies in the chat. But he used to stream, and it was pretty cool because you could tune in and watch him work on the game. Like, he would actually work on content while talking to you, answering questions. If people had bugs or problems that were popping up, he would actually open up right then and there, go into the software, see what was going on. It was pretty cool. But again, a lot of whiners and complainers, so it was in their best interest that he stopped streaming. But there were a couple of times where I would catch the VOD after work, and to see all the people that were crying and complaining about mounts and travel, and it was just like, man, like, yeah, I don't want those people in this game. But I have no say, because I want as many people as possible in this game, because this game needs to come out and this game needs to be successful. It doesn't need to be WoW, but I hope it's a little better than EQ is. They need a cloud mount so you can yell at it, right? Right? And it sucks. It might be entertaining for my viewers, but it sucks because then I end up being the person who whines and cries about the people that are whining and crying. Right, and I'm not even trying to go there with the comparisons. All I'm saying is, from my experience, the world right now is too small for mounts. Mounts will ruin the game. But again, they may end up going with the majority. Right. This game, by definition, is a social MMORPG. You can go on Steam and you can go on their website, and it specifically states that it's a social MMORPG. You cut out social avenues when you allow somebody to get on a mount and get someplace without having to worry about anybody else. Yeah, and it's also unfortunate because there are a number of influencers or other streamers, whether it's on Twitch, YouTube, what have you, and they all have the opposite opinion. They want the mouse, they want stuff to be easier and faster, and it's just because they want to be able to drop in, do stuff, drop out. They don't want to have to work for their rewards. Everybody wants a trophy. Everybody wants to be able to solo and duo and trio and still walk out with the same kind of rewards you would get in a 6-person group. Like, come on, really? I do want to mount personally, but there needs to be some sort of method for getting it and difficulty. I don't want to see every single person running around on one all the time. But that's what's going to happen. I'm gonna roleplay the stubborn Lotro dwarf and refuse to get a horse. I'm a tank. They can wait for my Uber. I'm in the same boat. I will not have a mount. It won't happen. The only, like I just said, the only way it's going to happen is if you need a mount for storage space, like a mule or a pack horse. That's it. Well, see, their whole plan was to be more like EQ than not. Their initial plan was to have, if I'm not mistaken, I believe they were planning for 3 continents at launch. That's why, I don't know if you guys have been to the other town in this zone, but there's a whole dock that was built at the back end of the other town. That's why. It was meant for ship travel to get to the other continents. They also wanted to throw in the wizards and druids, the ports, just like EQ, but they didn't want to put port places everywhere because they didn't want to make it easy. They wanted you to run through it. Mounts are just going to destroy, even if they did come up with multiple continents, mounts are just going to destroy it. It's bad enough they increased the number of bind stones in the game from what it used to be. They put a bind stone right next to Halnir's. Oh my god, the day that happened in Seasons, man, half of us went ridiculous and the other half were like, yay, we're lazy. Yeah. People used to pour it in while a group was fighting a Ravager, and the Ravager would ravage, and as they poured it in, they got whacked. Ravage, back then, Ravage killed you. Ravage only does a fraction of what it used to do. Ravage would kill me fully geared at that level. It would rip through me within 3 seconds if I didn't step forward, sideways, jump in the air, disappear, whatever. It would kill me. And it used to be that we would set up, and we were killing a Ravager one day. This was the funniest thing ever. And this other group came back to the zone in, and someone had said they were AFK to grab a drink. And they all sat at the opening chamber. So I was like, okay, I'm going to keep them up, facing away from them so that it doesn't ravage. Somebody else in the group pulled aggro, the Ravager turned around and ravaged, took out my group and the group sitting across the other side of the entrance because they were AFK. Yep. Savanya. Sorry chat, for those who aren't familiar, I'm reminiscing about how the game used to be like 4 months ago. 5 months ago. Last year. So even, again, in Halnir's Cave, in the Ghost safe room, the Mana Weavers, when they cast Immoral Surge used to one-shot casters and would two-shot healers if they were too close. That also had a ridiculous range. If you remember the size of the Ghost safe room, you could comfortably put 3 groups in there if you can keep the mobs separated. Not with a Mana Weaver. The moment a Mana Weaver gets up there with one group, the other group or 2 other groups have to pay attention. The minute Surge goes off and you're not out of the way, Surge wrecked everybody. Surge would kill 18 people in half a second. It was so much fun. Yeah, and then they dumbed this shit down and then took it out, and I think they moved Immoral Surge further down in Halnir's, and now the safe room is just a bunch of easy mode shit for whatever. I love that stuff. I loved having to have my head on a swivel. Yes, exactly. The less you do, it's like real life. The less you do, the lazier you get. The lazier you get, the worse the experience. You will get bored, you will get tired, you will blah, you will want to get up and go watch TV, you'll want to go jump into another game. Sorry, Chad. I got this conversation going on with the group currently. Hey Grix, what's happening? I'm fine with mounts being faster than some overworld mobs as long as it takes time to build the skill to ride it that fast. And at the cost of maneuverability. I still don't think the world's big enough for it. I don't. If they want to make bigger zones, sure. I can run anywhere in Silent Plains right now in 4 minutes. I can go to the other town. I can run to the zone line for Eastern Plains. I can go to AVP. I can go to Sky Durban. At my level, I have no reason to go from, say, Silent Plains to AVP. And if I did, I would run to a bind stone in that zone, bind, and that way I could get back there while I'm there. That's all. Mounts are not needed. Mounts are not needed. I mean, you never had mounts in EQ for the longest time. You had Spirit of the Wolf. That's what you had. Spirit of the Wolf. Oh, sorry. Do we have an Iron Will? Before EA, the Goblin Cave and Hounders both made me pucker. Yes, Tomb. Yes, for sure. Better than just her mounts suck, because the most common factor for players desire for mounts. We want this game to be successful, so there's going to be some compromise. Yeah, I don't... Mounts aren't it. Mounts aren't it. You guys haven't seen me struggle getting anywhere in the game. And I'm a warrior. I have no utility whatsoever. I have no way to modify my speed. None whatsoever, unless I have to go ask people for buffs, which only last in that zone. So if I have to run 2 zones over, the buffs disappear the second I zone over. Mounts most certainly are not necessary. Not at all. Not at all. Log into EQ, roll a tune in Kinos, and go run through the Karanas, and then come back to me, right? At a minimum, I hope there's a level requirement for them. If you were talking to me, I have no idea. That is my problem with mounts. They reduce the feeling of world size. Yes, exactly. It's all about world size. Mounts are not necessary. Mounts are not needed. I promise you right now, if mounts come into the game and are available at launch for whatever reason and whatever method, I promise you population will fall off for the game. It won't be drastic, but population will fall off because the whole social aspect of the game goes down the shitter. You have anybody with a mount will not be going to a druid looking for a port. Anybody with a mount will not be going to a wizard for a port. Anybody with a mount will not be going to a shaman for Windstrider. Anybody with a mount will not be going to a druid for Spirit of the Wolf, because they'll have a mount. Right? That's what it will equate to. Never mind now. Go a year from now. That's what will happen. And someone can say, well, you can't say that's going to happen because it might not. Yes, I do, because that's how it always works in MMORPGs. Whether it's WoW, Guild Wars, whatever. Look at the plane of knowledge in EQ. Yes, it wasn't a mount, but the plane of knowledge gave you 16 stones that put you anywhere you want to go within 2 minutes, minimum. It's the same thing as a mount. And it destroyed all social in EQ except for in group and in guild. Every other social situation was destroyed when the plane of knowledge came in. They did it to please whoever they could to keep them there for as long as possible, and unfortunately for the social people, it changed the game. In a negative. Period. That's just what it came to. Yeah, this has been fantastic. I'm almost 90% now. 68. I gotta get my ring back up. Just got out of a 5-minute average. 5 minutes? Yikes. That sucks. I tune into a couple of streams over the weekend when I'm doing like laundry or things around the house, and I'll get hit with like an 8-minute ad break, which is crazy. I'm like, how do they have it set up for 8 minutes? It'll be like 10 ads. It's ridiculous. Well, maybe not 8 minutes. 6 minutes at a time, like 10 ads. It's ridiculous. Excuse me. They reduce the world's threat to your character. Yes, exactly, Uber. People always take the path of least resistance. Yes, and that's unfortunate. The War Scout ring? Yes. But I'm sure they're going to fix it at some point so that it stops giving the buff. The ring and the totem, I believe the totem doesn't buff right now and the ring does buff, and I think they need to reverse it. I think that's how they fix it. The totem's supposed to be the proc item and the ring's just supposed to be a ring, but apparently the ring procs Warmonger's Rage. I don't know what they're going to do with it. I have no idea, but we have the ring. We got the ring like the day they put the mob in. Whatever his name is, Moktor. Is it Moktor? I think it's Moktor. I have his battle staff also. I don't have the totem. I never got the totem. It got overcamped. At the time, I decided to go back to look for it. And I was like, I don't need it. I haven't needed it since. It'd be nice to have. It's not necessary, though. I keep forgetting most of the time to proc the ring. I do think they can make it so mounts are not a guarantee of escaping damage, like the first set of mounts in WoW. You could still be dismounted, and they weren't always faster than mobs. Played a druid in EQ from the perspective POK hurt yourself. Oh, of course, POK destroyed the social aspect. It was posted about. It was all over the place. Druids and wizards were disappointed and annoyed that they couldn't make their money anymore because they weren't able to port anybody because somebody could just run in, click a stone, and poof, they were there. Now, with that said, I'm an old school traditional nerd. I just spent the last 10 years streaming EverQuest, running EQ Classic to Planes of Power, losing interest in Gates of Discord and Omens of War, and then jumping to the next progression server and doing the whole thing over again. I did that 6 times in 10 years. 6 times. I started from the beginning, went to Planes of Power, lost interest in Gates of Discord, Omens of War, and went to the next server. And we kept doing it because the guild I was in was phenomenal, and everybody was fantastic, and we had a whole whale of a time. But every time Planes of Power came out, the social aspect was destroyed. The OOC chat in Plane of Knowledge pretty much disappeared. You hardly got people typing except for clerics and enchanters that were offering KEI and AC buffs or hit point buffs. That was it. That was it. Wizards and druids gave up porting. For the most part. It happens every time. This game needs to facilitate social, not trim it. That's all I'm saying. I mean, at this point, I mean, I have no control over what they do, obviously. You know, this is all just my own personal feelings. But I don't need mounts in this game. Not now. No, new. Yeah, Ark didn't have any gear dropping out of any sort of containers. You had to like harvest trees and stone and then put the wood and the rock together to make a hammer and so on. Whereas in New World, it was more like Pantheon and EQ. You ran around, you had chests, mobs would drop stuff, you'd pick up the gear, put it on, and so on and so forth. What's Extinction? Is that an expansion? Okay, yeah, I don't know anything about Extinction. So they have Battle Royale supply crates in Ark. Okay. Mounts are also super expensive in EQ. Your best bet would be to check the Steam page for the game and see like recent reviews, maybe if it shows active population currently. I can tell you that since the update last week in this zone, this server has had a pretty significant increase in population. Almost every evening it's been almost to max. That hasn't happened in quite some time, so there is that. Now Black Moon unfortunately still stays a little lower than you would hope. Not sure what's going on over there, and then all the other servers are still holding their typical low population for the time being. I think even the PvP server took a population hit last week, and it could be because people came back over here. So as far as growth goes, like new players, I don't think there would have been too many. Mind you, I believe they do have I think they have over 10,000 they have 10,000 transactions for Pantheon. So whether it's through Steam, whether it's through the initial client, they have a lot of people who own the game right now. But as I expected, a lot of people aren't going to be playing the game probably through the next year and a half, just because it's still in development. People have gotten burned out. A lot of people jumped into this game that probably shouldn't have jumped into this game. Right, and that's exactly it. To give you an example, the guild that I was in at the beginning of Early Access, within the first 2 months, they had a method to get from 0 to level 27 in 2 days. By just doing legitimate stuff. They knew exactly where to go. But you can only do that so many times before it gets to you. It gets to everybody. I'm surprised I've been playing this I'm a very patient person. I've been at this for 3 years. I've played this non-stop. This is my 6th warrior. I'm in it for the warrior. I'm in it for this game to come out because there's nothing else at the moment. I have no interest in Ashes of Creation. I feel that game is going to be heavily toxic as far as the social goes. I'm not for it. I prefer my PvE and this kind of setup here that we have, whether it's a group, raid, etc. But yeah, I'm surprised I haven't been burnt out yet, but I'm still going. I'm like the only individual online that still actively streams this game every single day. I don't. It can fluctuate. Pantheon doesn't hold a large audience. When it gets closer to launch and medium to large streamers start to look at it, then you may see a significant population increase. But for the most part right now, the people that are falling into Pantheon as far as watching streams and VODs probably got it recommended to them because they watched videos like EQ, World of Warcraft, and Vanguard. That's probably why. The most people I've had, I think, watching the stream at one time was somewhere around 130 people actively. The least number, I think there's been nights where there's been maybe 2, 3 people. There are other streamers as well that stream the game or streamed the game with somewhat regularity, but to be perfectly honest, and I like to think I'm an honest person, they were very disingenuous and negative about stuff that didn't need to be negative because it wasn't how the game was being developed. For example, solo, duo, trio. There were a number of individuals who wanted to be able to jump in with a couple of their buddies or a couple of their viewers, jump in, do some stuff, be successful, and log out, a la the World of Warcraft algorithm. That's not what this game is, that's not what this game was, and hopefully that's not what this game becomes. This game, they've said for the last decade, it's a social MMORPG. It's going to be challenging. You need your head on a swivel. You need to be able to talk to people. You need to work together to get stuff done. You can't do that if you're looking to be successful at the solo, duo, trio game. So, you know, unfortunately, those individuals would say stream during the day. I only stream in the evenings because I work during the day. But they would stream during the day so they would have a larger audience. A fair portion of the newer MMORPGs tend to be populated online with Europeans. Europeans and individuals in Asia, even in Japan. They tend to check out the newer in-development MMOs during North American daytime. I don't see those people, for the most part, because I don't get on until the evenings. And even then, I'm not on for like 8-10 hours like other people are. You know, I get 3 to 5 hours, and that's my evening. But I try to show everything to anybody who checks out the stream, because I need everybody to see everything the game has, as opposed to just narrow focus, tunnel vision type nonsense. I can't do that. I hate crafting. I despise it with everything inside me, but I still have to show people the crafting system because I want them to understand how that stuff works. And I don't mean to make it sound like I'm all hoity-toity and blowing my horn, but if you were to watch everybody for the last 6 months that streamed Pantheon, you would know that what I'm saying is 100% fact. I don't get time. Like I said, I normally work during the day, I come home, and then I'm streaming in the evenings. But on the weekends, if I'm like doing laundry or if I'm doing yard work or stuff around the house, I'll bring up a stream of somebody playing a different class, and sometimes even someone that might be playing a warrior, just to see what they do that I'm not doing, to see if there's anything that I can learn from them. I've never learned anything from anybody. I've actually had viewers on stream. I've actually taught viewers how to tank in this game, how to pull, how to everything. Like it's been a really cool experience because they'll send me messages like after I've logged off or a couple weeks down the road. They'll be like, "Hey man, thanks for streaming. You know, showing me how to tank. I appreciate you showing me how to line a sight. Didn't know how to do that before. I appreciate you showing the investigation system." Like, it's cool. It's been cool. And again, it's not for my own pride or what have you, but if people are positive about the experience of watching me play through the game, chances are they're going to be playing the game at some point in the future, which is good for me because it's good for VR. And as long as it's good for VR, we're going to have this game, which is what I'm looking for. And that's it. I don't get paid by them. There's no promotion or nothing. The social MMORPG is what I do. I've been yapping to you guys for the last 20 minutes with none of you guys giving a word in edgewise because this is who I am. I talk a lot, my tongue gets carried away, whatever. But I need this game to happen. And like... Yeah, and again, like for the social aspect, just to give you an idea, during Seasons, which was the year and a half before Early Access, my friends list was close to 200 people. all in different guilds, just all in the same server, because I'm a hoe. I said that earlier. Like, I know it's comical, humorous, but that's fact. Like, I talk to everybody, I make friends, I got people adding me all the time. Early access, my friends list is probably close to 100, 110 people. Sorry, chat. Yeah, I mean, you guys are obviously getting my side of the story here, talking to the group. I'll just hold my judgment on their mount system until we can actually get our hands on it and start to get an idea of what they're planning. Just willing to keep an open mind, but I also wasn't out when the queue came out. Oh man, here we go, another ad block. I have no idea if you're responding to me. So I'm saying no. I've been talking to the group. Yeah, again, it's just all my views, right? I mean, everybody's got their opinions, but no one's going to convince me that like going back to the mounts, because we're talking about it on stream as well. Nobody is going to convince me that mounts are a good thing. Nobody. Right. That True, is that could turn into mounts. I honestly hope they keep intending an introduction Tarkov like extraction PvP encounters. Oh, like the 24/7 system or the 247 project. You know, early access wasn't even going to have porting, not for a while still. It wasn't going to come in till later in the year. The only reason we got Wizard and Druid portals when we did is because Joppa had realized that when they brought out Wild's End, nobody was going over there because nobody would make the trip through 3 zones. That's why porting got turned on. It was supposed to help usher people to the other side of the continent. That's it. We weren't even supposed to have it. Even now I don't think we were supposed to have it. But we got it so that people could actually get over there without having to worry about running and dying and going through high-level zones and whatnot. Yeah, those were going towards part of the 247 project. They were working on a project that was going to be a battle royale type extraction game like Tarkov. They wanted to get player data for combat, and they didn't want to have to worry about doing it while building the world. So they were hoping to move people, not everybody, but move people who were interested over to a different type of server in order to get those numbers and that data. But a lot of people went online and saw it as some kind of gimmick or scam or what have you, and it ended up a lot of bad press for the game, so they decided not to go through with it. Now they may still entertain it in the future, I don't know. But that's why you see like those white wizard portals all over the place that might be empty, but that's what it was used for. It was supposed to be so that players had multiple extraction points. Yeah, they didn't just want player testing. they were also trying to make income, right? They were trying to entice people who were out there playing these types of extraction games to actually pick up the game, which would help them with their, their finances to be able to bring in more people, keep people working on the project as opposed to laying them off temporarily so they could actually move through faster. People saw it as a money grab, which is not what it was. There was a whole bunch of stuff that went online about VR just trying to get people's money and then do a pump and dump. That was not what was going to happen. But you can't control the trolls and the whiners on the internet. It's going to happen to everybody. But when they went to Steam, that was a big gamble as well, because they had it set up so that you downloaded the original client. Like, I don't use Steam. I have the original client. They moved to Steam because they wanted to get to a larger audience, but they knew the moment they put a new project on Steam, what happens? Well, if you don't know, all the trolls come out and review bomb everything. It doesn't matter what kind of game it is. They just come out and start whining, and it affects negatively. However, in Pantheon's case, they started getting positive comments. They had, I think within the first couple of weeks of the game having come out, they had like 1,000 comments, and 800 and some odd of them were positive to highly positive. Like, they were just talking up the game and so on. Then when they missed a couple of updates, a few more negative posts went out there, but they weren't justified. And I know because I went and read them. It was just people whining and complaining, picking up their ball and going home. That's what it was. And again, that was another main reason. Discoverability. They can't get 1 million people to go to their website, but they can get 1 million people on Steam, because Steam will push that around as a game is in development, put it on your wish list. If you've clicked any other MMORPG in the history of Steam, more than likely a Pantheon box will come up and say, because you've played or because you've clicked on so-and-so, how about this one? So that was their gamble, but their gamble actually paid off for them. They went from, if I'm not mistaken, they went from a couple thousand backers to over like 11,000 or 12,000. Like, they have a lot of people that picked it up on Steam. It's unfortunate, but like I said earlier, it was burnout. Burnout got to a lot of people. Not just burnout, but there are also games constantly coming out as well, and people are jumping and trying those out. Like, a big game right now is Dune, and people are playing an RPG called Obscure something rather. So all these other games take players out of Pantheon, because Pantheon's still in development, and it's not worth anybody's time to treat it like a launch game. But that's what a lot of people did. They treated this game like a launch game, and they got burnt out. I mean, the 3 largest guilds in the game across all the servers, they've all dissolved. They all imploded. But my viewers will come in, and whether they're trolling or not, I don't care. I'm too old for that shit. I got plenty of patience. I don't put up with it. But I tell them, if you're going to pay, if you're planning on playing this game once it launches, you probably should pick it up now, because they have it now so that if you back it or pledge it or pick it up, you may qualify for the second copy. I don't know if that's still a thing, but you'll have the game now at its cheapest price, because come launch, the game may go up $10 or $15. All video games are going to be more expensive in 2 months' time. They've already started. All your $70 games are now $80 games, $90 games, depending on where you live. Why? Because they want more money. They want more money for what they do. It's really a publisher thing. Yeah. But all games are going up. Console games are going to increase. PC games are going to increase. It's going to get more expensive. People are going to have to be smarter or stringent about what they pick up and play. But if you pick Pantheon up now, I think it's like $40 or $45, whatever. Like, it's an MMORPG. Give me an MMORPG today ever that came out for $45 retail. WoW didn't do it. EQ didn't do it. Guild Wars didn't do it. Final Fantasy didn't do it. ESO didn't do it. Dark Age of Camelot didn't do it. Lineage didn't do it. Aeon didn't do it. Terra didn't do it. Arcade didn't do it. Horizons didn't do it. None of them did it. It's a good time to pick the game up. I've been enjoying it. There's a reason I've been playing it nonstop. I'm not getting paid for this. I play this because I really enjoy this game. And I mean, I need this game to come out, but I really enjoy playing this game. I enjoy meeting all the people that are playing this game. I like the fact that out of probably 400 people I've met, I won't deal with 2. So, you know, 398 positives and 2 negatives. It's a pretty good ratio. And trust me, you don't want to deal with those 2 either, because they are horrible people. Truth be told, as nice as I like to think I am, probably not. When I'm running groups, or when I'm in a group, I need the group to be a group. It's not just as simple as a person logging in and go, oh, I'm going to get in a group and we're going to get some XP for a couple hours and everything will be good. No, you have to get in a group. You have to realize where you're going. You have to get there. You have to, you know, like there's a lot of factors when it comes to running any sort of crawl, quote unquote, in an MMORPG. It's never 5 seconds and you're there. Everything takes time. There could be a wipe. There could be incidental pulls. You could run into another group who could screw you over. You might mess up another group. You might choose to help something. Like, there's so many different aspects. So for somebody to jump into a group and then 8 minutes later or 10 minutes later go, you know what, I don't think you guys aren't doing anything that I want, so everything's going to leave. Like, come on. First impressions are everything. First impressions to me are everything, and that's not a good first impression. Or that wasn't a good first impression. Man, I'm doing a lot of talking tonight, chat. What is going on? I got it in me to chat. Thought you were talking to us the entire time. I know too. It's very difficult where I only have my side of a conversation on there. What I hear is, my God, Krushnek is a hell of a tank. That's what I hear. That's funny. That's funny. Don't you be stealing my thunder now. Apparently, while I've been yapping this whole time, we've been fighting with healers not having mana. The enchanter buffs wore off while the enchanter was pulling. Never came to mind to refresh them. That's funny. I mean, I'm not healing myself. Oh my, okay. You've almost 700 hours played? Yeah, for sure. Chatty Cathy. Yeah, unfortunately, Grix, I have the language filter on the stream. It goes in your glyph pouch. Let's say you crush the readjustment of tanks feel okay. I feel this paladin still super strong. Yeah, I was talking to 2 paladins earlier, and we have a paladin in the group this evening who was saying that the paladins are still crazy. I mean, Lancelot was still nuts before I took Crush off the bench, so... I feel like all the... I felt like... So, patch day was what? Patch day was Wednesday, right? I think it was Wednesday. Maybe Thursday. I want to say Wednesday. Anyways, whatever patch day was. The warrior, of course, was fine up until that point. Then patch day happened, they switched their abilities over to agility, and they didn't adjust battle points, and they took the battle points away from readiness regen. So you had the only way to get battle points back was to successfully land an ability. I felt like that was a swing way too far to the other side of accessibility to the warrior. A lot of people who were playing warriors, the chat all lit up and then they stopped playing. I whined for, I don't know, probably 25 minutes, 30 minutes, and then I worked on figuring stuff out. So I figured stuff out. Everything was fine. You just had to be a little smarter about what you picked up and what you put on in order to get your agility up to where you needed it to be. I've been rolling ever since. I haven't had a problem. I mean, if you've been here for any amount of time watching this, most warriors aren't able to do this right now because they don't take the time, or they didn't take the time to look at the warrior and go, okay, VR made all these changes. How do I go with the change? I figured out how to go with the change. I'm flying. I'm fantastic. I've been tanking this stuff with no heals for 10 or 15 minutes now. Like, I got it all worked out. So then Saturday, I think it was Saturday, they implemented an emergency, well, I call it an emergency patch because they didn't announce it, it just happened. But they implemented a patch that changed a number of the classes. And if you go to their most recent patch notes, you can read for yourself. But if you scroll down to the bottom of the patch notes, the last patch notes talk about the warrior. And it mentions that in order to make things a little better for the warrior, they removed the battle points. So I call them spenders, right? You have to spend battle points to utilize certain skills. So there's attain, which is getting them, and then spending them. So for the spenders, they were removing spenders off of 4 of our abilities to make it easier, and I don't like using difficulty terms like easy or hard, but to make it easier or better for people to play warriors, to be able to generate battle points a bit better, use battle points a bit better. When they did that, we did nothing but testing for the next, 4 days. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. In my experience, for this whole week, I've been complaining, observing, commenting, whatever word you want to use, about how it seems like I wasn't working to maintain battle points. I was constantly at 5 battle points or 4 battle points, and once in a blue moon I dipped down to 3, but I never went empty and I never went to 2. And for me personally, I don't face roll. Everything I click is tacked, right? So with that said, I was saying on stream for 3 or 4 streams straight that I feel like it needs to be made a little bit less accessible. They need to give us a spender back to burn our battle points, which in essence would make it harder for people to play warriors, but I feel it was too easy after the Saturday update. I logged in this evening and noticed that Furious Howl and Mighty Yelp both were abilities where they removed the battle points. The battle points are back on. I'm taking credit for it. I'm taking credit that they either heard the stream, or they listened to the VOD, or they watched me experiment with whatever I did, and they put the battle points back on these skills, because they're here. I pop Furious Howl, and my 5 battle points goes to 4. There, see? It just went to 4. So they put the spenders back on the skills. I'm taking credit for it. It's either that, or they never took them off in the first place. But the patch notes explicitly state that they removed them. And now they're back. And if you've been watching, I'm fighting mobs right now that are even con and yellow, and I'm maintaining battle points fine. There was a whole bunch of noise about battle. Yes, because all chat was crazy. If you were here Thursday, Friday, Saturday, chat was ridiculous with everybody complaining. How am I supposed to make battle points now? How are we supposed to play the warrior? Did they just invalidate the warrior? Do I have to play another class? Paladins didn't see this. Dire Lords didn't see this. Oh, I'm done. Blah, 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 blah. Just every excuse you could think of because people didn't take the time. I took the time. I took the time to go in and see what I could do. I talked to a couple of people. They gave me a couple of suggestions. I then went off of those suggestions, made a couple of my own decisions. The warrior's fine. I'm killing everything. No, we're flying through content. We were in the Enclave last night where mobs were orange and red. To me. And I had probably one of the most fun experiences. If you want to see some stuff, look at yesterday's VOD. We had a blast in the Enclave. I got some gear out of there. We got new shoulders, the bloody scaled mantle. We got new earrings, the pitted studs. We got a damage shield amulet. We got a damage shield earring. Fantastic. Fantastic. We're trying to get... Oh, we're almost 38 now. We're trying to get 38 so we can be a bit better going in there again. And then I'm hoping some point over the weekend. I mean, I'd really like to go back in there tomorrow, but it depends on what everybody else is doing. All my armor is inside. All their armor is out here, but all my armor is inside. Yeah, the warrior feels really good right now. This is the only Iron Willed, right? Okay, we'll move over to Bella after this. Kicking whose butt? our damage is back up. We're hitting for solid numbers. We're not using two-hand. I probably will never use two-hand again. I didn't like my testing with two-hand versus sword and board. I was doing more damage consistently with sword and board than I was two-hand, so I don't think I'm going to use two-hand for the time being. Punish is just too good. Well, I shouldn't say punish is too good. Punish is too good because my block is really good. Like, punish only triggers on a block, right? So... Hey, I got 38. Yay! Okay, we got new hammering blow, and what was the other one? I think it was a banner. Rallying banner. Okay. Your group last night killed Lydra and Mad Run. You got the new shoulders for tanks. Sword and board is legit best at the moment. Yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah, I was not happy with how I performed with the two-hander during testing. Oh, sorry, Joseph. I didn't see you till just now. Go on vacation so we can catch up. I know, right? What's going on, Muldrin? I started watching you because of EQ. I quit Pantheon mid-January, but still watch fairly often. Well, I appreciate you watching. Congrats on 38. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. But yeah, as far as playing today and yesterday, the warrior feels really good. For me, anyways. But I'm still taking credit. We got a cool damage shield, clickable damage shield from an event out in the trenches. We killed a Banshee a couple of times. She dropped 2 sprites. They actually proc. You see a little fire ember here behind me, and you'll see up here in the top right corner, it gives you a 1-minute damage shield with a 6-minute cooldown. We also have this earring over here called the Writhing Stud, which we discovered as a damage shield, which is fantastic, so we have another one. We're finding stuff. We got new shoulders last night from inside the Enclave. They're chain, but they were better than what I was using for plate, which is crazy. Yeah, 2 extra damage shield items. It's pretty cool. Pair that with the druid shield, whatever it is, the thorns. Probably the wizard damage shield too. I think the wizard has a damage shield also, right? Although the wizard and the druid might not stack. I can't wait to get back into the Enclave stream. The testing is going to be fantastic because, again, we're not out-leveled the content. The content in there is still going to be probably orange and red. We'll have to see what happens. There's no guarantee. It's only if everybody's around. It's Friday, so people might not be around. But if they are, it's going to be a fun night. I gotta go to the store tomorrow and buy some stuff. I'm going to sit up late. Depending. Yeah, sugar typically takes 90 days to clear through your system. So if you were to stop today and taking in sugar, period, 3 months from now you'd have almost no sugar in your body. That's artificial. But it takes 90 days. Okay, stream. That is going to be it for me for this evening. It is past that time, but I was having fun with the group and I was having fun yapping. I've got a log for the night. I have to go to bed and get ready for work in the morning. To those of you that are still here, as always, I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. As I said earlier, we should be live tomorrow. I'm not sure around what time, but it should be sometime around 7 p.m. Eastern. If we can get the gang back together, or if we can get 6 people to stay, we'll probably do a longer stream tomorrow. See if we can get into the Enclave and get some new stuff explored, seen, killed, what have you. Anyhow, as always, you guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day, and I hope to see you guys in the next stream. Take care.